waktunya Eh, inilah. Ish.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Walter.
How are you?
Fine. I'm from Education Training Center, Mr. Andy.
Okay.
Are you okay? Fine today?
Everything is fine. Yes, thank you
Everything
so
fine.
much. Yes,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Hello, Nelly.
Hi. What time is it right now?
11 o'clock. 11 p.m.
Wow.
It's okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
I think first will be exam.
It's early in the morning, maybe.
Yeah,
Oh, still
USA.
night.
that's right. And maybe Bruce is there. I don't know. I didn't look for him.
Hi, Bruce. Where is Bruce? I think no, not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Mhm.
We still wait Donna, Miss Nelly, Mr. Nelly.
Oh, belum ya. Oh iya, Mbak Dona mana?
How's the weather in USA, Walter?
Oh, lovely. We have good
Okay.
weather.
Very
Yeah,
good.
everything is fine. Thank you. Sunny, warm and sunny.
Warm and sunny. Wow. Great.
And today I went to my office by bicycle. Ride the
Wow.
bike.
Very nice.
Save the energy that way.
Save the energy and health.
Oh yeah, it's
Healthy.
also good for health. Yeah. So everyone is here. A lot of people. 38 already.
Yeah.
Everyone show up.
38.
Let me see if there's a message from, I'll check my email. Maybe I get a message from Bruce saying, how do I enter password or something? See, inbox. No message.
I think, oh, okay.
His time, I think, is around 7 a.m. morning in.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Where is he right now?
He is in Italy,
Oh, wow.
maybe in Rome or Genoa.
Mr. Zuko has joined with us, Walter. He is a deputy of geophysics.
Ah, okay. Thank you. Good.
Yeah. Yes.
Selamat siang, Pak Suko,
Dr. Suko.
Ya, selamat siang. Oke.
Pak Dep.
Mulai jam berapa?
Harusnya sih udah mulai, Pak.
I think
Halo,
Donna has
Dr. Walter
joined with us.
Moni. How are you?
I'm fine. Nice to see
Fine.
you.
Okay. Thank you.
Good to see you.
Yeah. I think I will go to USGS maybe. And
good.
19th
19th of
yeah, 19.
great. Good to see you.
Yeah, 19 and March 19. We go together to Kinemetric, and then we go to USGS.
Great.
Meeting with you maybe.
That will be wonderful.
Yeah.
We'll stay in touch. Look forward to seeing you.
Jawabnya yes gitu, Pak. Yes. Karena slang
Gara-gara
itu
Bu
yes.
Nelly.
Now I see Madonna is there.
Okay.
Yes. Madonna was there.
Ya.
Halo.
Ayo kita mulai atau bisa Bu Nelly?
Oh, sekarang Pak ya?
Iya, Pak.
Ya dah.
Bu Nelly, kita mulai sekarang Bu. Oke. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, my voice is clear. Okay. Welcome to the opening ceremony of for Advanced Earthquake and Tsunami Hazard Training course. For convenience, please do rename your profile using the format name underscore your affiliation, and mute your microphone and kindly use the virtual background. And thank you very much. Honorable Dr. Suprayatnon Adi, Deputy Director General for Geophysics, Honorable Dr. Walter Muni, a research geophysicist at the Earthquake Science Center, U.S. Geological Survey Menlo Park, California. Honorable Dr. Bruce Ho, a research professor at the Department of Ocean and Resources Engineering, School of Ocean and Earth Science and Technology of the University of Hawaii, Manoa. And Honorable Dr. Nelly Florida-Riyama, Director of the Center for Training and Education. Honorable Bapak Bambang S. Prayitno, Director of the Center for Earthquake and Tsunami. Honorable Bapak Rahmat Priyono, Director of the Center for Engineering Seismology, Potential Geophysics, and Stormwork.
Nanti
And
volumenya
Honorable
kurangin sedikit ya.
Dr. Supriyato Rohadi, as the Acting Director for Center for Research and Development. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning and best wishes to us all. Welcome to the opening ceremony for Advanced Earthquake and Tsunami Hazard Training course. First of all, let us convey our gratitude to the Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala who has been giving us mercy, guidance, happiness, and healthiness so we can attend and participate in this event. Ladies and gentlemen, may we proceed with the first agenda. The paper for the organizing committee to Ibu Dr. Nelly Florida-Riyama. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Bu Donna. Good afternoon for us all, and I think it's really late night for Walter. Thank you for joining us here. So I will start share my screen. Yes, Honorable Dr. Suko Praitno Adi, our Deputy Director General for Geophysics, Honorable Dr. Walter Muni, Dr. Bruce, and we have here Pak Bambang Praitno, Pak Rahmat Priyono, and Dr. Supriyanto Hadi, and for all the trainers. Again, good afternoon for us all. So allow me to give a short report on the occasion of this training. So we have already conducted several trainings before this training from 2020, and we really thank you for Dr. Walter Muni for your collaboration and for your great effort, so we can have another training this year. So we BMKG and USGS is have a very long-term partnership to fulfill our vision as providers of earthquake and tsunami information services. We collaborate in some projects in the area of operational research and development, as well as in capacity building. So to strengthen the cooperation in this area, we right now discussing about our MOU, and it's currently being prepared between BMKG and USGS. As we know that science and technology are getting advanced, both institutions agree that experiences and knowledge sharing is an important part of developing capacity, especially for operational staff. So the continued collaboration of the USGS and BMKG is for valuable opportunities to promote disaster resiliency in Indonesia. So the purpose of this training will provide a modern, advanced understanding of the following aspect of Indonesian natural hazards, including recent events. So we will have this training for 3 days from today, 15th of March, till 17th of March. And luckily, we have a equal gender balance here. We have 50% of women or ladies and 50% of men. So I think it's very good for us. But for participants, we only have 10 women participants compared to men, so it's around 27 to 72%. I think we do hope that from this training we will get very valuable knowledge, not just for Indonesian participants. I think it's also for US expert that can share and maybe can get some information from BMKG or from Indonesia on this training. And I would like to invite our Deputy Director General for GV6, Pak Suko, to give your opening remarks. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Yeah, thank you very much for Ibu Dr. Nelly Florida for the comprehensive report. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the next agenda. Maybe the first one, the special remark from Earthquake Science Center, United States Geological Survey will be delivered by Dr. Walter Mooney. Yeah, to Dr. Walter Mooney, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And I will share my screen. Okay. Now I think I will go to full screen. There we are. So good afternoon and welcome to everyone. This is a great occasion. We again continue a long tradition of our training, and the training over the next 3 days is on advanced earthquake and tsunami hazards. And we have wonderful speakers from BMKG and from outside, from around the world. I am Dr. Walter Mooney. I'm at USGS and I'm the coordinator of this program together with a group at the BMKG. And it's my great pleasure to recognize all of the contributions coming from your organization, including from your director, Dr. Karnawati, who has been a long supporter, from the Deputy General Director for Geophysics, Dr. Adi, has done much, and of course, Nelly Florida Riama is now the new director for the Center of Training and Education, and she's been a long supporter of all of these activities. Dr. Bambang Priento is very important for the Center for Earthquake and Tsunamis. Triuno, you know, from Potential Fields. And of course, none other than Dr. Supri Rohadi, who will be here today as a moderator, has been a great assistance in making these programs a big success. We have 3 focuses in this training. Day 1 this afternoon is on new technology. Day 2 tomorrow morning will be on seismic networks and tsunami warning operations. And finally, we will focus on earthquakes and tsunami hazards in Sumatra and Java. As Dr. Riama has already told you, that half of the lectures will be given by Yes, hello. Women scientists, and many speakers are early career. And we are delighted to welcome 4 young speakers from DMKG that I have listed here. Recently, you had some earthquakes near Nias. The event from a couple of days ago, very significant, magnitude 6.9. Location is shown from VMKG, and you can see the depth 25 kilometers. USGS depth was 28, just about the same, and location, of course, very similar. This was a thrust event. Here's the USGS moment tensor solution, and it should be on the subducting boundary, the plate boundary. So this is a region that we will study on day 3 of the course. So thank you to everyone for your attention and your interest. And I am pleased to say on behalf of the USGS, let's get started. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Madonna.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Walter Muni, for sharing us the information regarding advanced earthquake and tsunami hazard training course. And ladies and gentlemen, the opening speech from the Deputy Director General for Geophysics of BMKG and officially open advanced earthquake and tsunami hazard training course. The Honorable Bapak Dr. Suko Prayitno Adi, time is yours.
Ya, terima kasih. Honorable Dr. Walter Moni, Research Geophysics and Earthquake Science, Center U.S. Geophysical Survey, California. Dr. Bruce Bowie, a research professor at the Department of Ocean and Resources Engineering, School of Ocean and Earth Science and Technology of the University of Hawaii. Dr. Nelly Florida, Director of Center for Training and Education. Bambang Setio Prayitno, Director of Center for Earthquake and Tsunami. Rahmat Riono, Director of the Center of Engineering, Seismology, Potential Geophysics, and Time March. Dr. Supriyanto Rohadi, Acting Director for Center for Research and Development. Trainer and instructor, distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, first, I would like to extend welcome to all participants of training. It is a glorious moment to extend my warm wishes on behalf of Agency Meteorology, Climatology, and Geophysics. I would like to convey my heartfelt gratitude to United States Geological Survey and USAID for the effort and cooperation with BMKG in preparing and organizing the training, namely Advanced Earthquake and Tsunami Hazard Training course. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, earthquakes are one of the most attractive phenomena as nature. In the last several years, there has been a large earthquake that caused great destruction, infrastructure, and significant causalities. The Indonesian archipelago is constantly at the risk of earthquake, volcano eruption, flood, and tsunamis. Located in the Pacific Ring of Fire, earthquake with the magnitude of 5.0 or lower across almost daily Indonesia, while more major earthquakes have occurred about once a year throughout nation history. The earthquake often trigger tsunami or flood that devastate communities. This disaster poses a great threat because the occur erratically and consequences are unpredictable. Apart from the high economy losses, earthquake can also cause many casualties. Based on information from BMKG, there are dozens of earthquakes in Indonesia every year. In 2020, it has happened about 10,570 tectonic earthquake, and this number increased compared with the last year, namely about 8,264 earthquakes. Meanwhile, earthquake and magnitude 5.0 or large has occurred about 254 times, and exactly the same what earthquake at the last year. However, earthquake with the shaking that can be felt by people that occurred about 264 times in 2020. An institution that are responsible for handling earthquake and tsunami. This is a big homework for BMK personnel to provide the best earthquake information service to reduce losses due to this disaster in order is to minimize the impact disaster. It is necessary to make early to optimal mitigation effort with more intense geoscience research, installation of representative and up-to-date monitoring network and information dissemination. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, COVID-19 continues to spread around the world, turning into the pandemic, affecting 210 countries and territories. The pandemic has shaken the entire world, and large population is directly affected by the lockdown to stop and further spread of the virus. It has indeed caused worldwide disruption, affecting all levels of education, institution, of learning, and industries. On the other hand, COVID-19 brings a breathing in the discourse where we can explore the world through platforms that we had not previously considered. Online virtual, we can do anything with the online platform, such as online meeting, online training, online workshop, online learning, and even virtual tours. As the today training course which are conducted online virtual, speakers from US and Indonesia with participants from BMG Regional Center and Geophysical Station across Indonesia, as well as Central BMKG and STMKG, all of them joined by the virtual. The course provides the comprehensive summary and modern knowledge earthquake, tsunamis, liquefaction, and other hazards in Indonesia and their mitigation. The training course will provide to modern advanced understanding of the following aspects of Indonesia natural hazard, including recent event. I hope the methodology and knowledge lectured in the program will be applied and to enhance the capacity building and efficiency of disaster management, preparedness, and mitigation in the future. Furthermore, I encourage all of you have to make the most use the thing opportunity to exchange and share your experience, analysis, skill, and lesson as well as through this training. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to successful training program over the next 3 days, and I strongly encourage you all to become actively engaged in the various conversation and discussion. I hope that we can use this training program to improve insight and knowledge and an effort to support earthquake disaster mitigation program, and according with the main task and function of BMKG. Concluding this remark, I would to express my appreciation and gratitude to all these who have contributed to make this event success and expected. I would like to underline this training would not have been possible without the interest and support Mr. Walter Money. I am also grateful to USGS, USAID, and BKMG committee for their great contribution and supporting this training. BMKG and USGS have common institutions that provide earthquake and tsunami information service, advanced earthquake and tsunami hazard training course, and 5th grade collaboration between BMK and USGS in order to develop, improve the capacity of employer at BMK since 2020, especially in the earthquake and tsunami subject. We hope this collaboration can be further enhanced where and more and currently being prepared between BMK and USGS. Within this framework of cooperation training and on of the main activities. However, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, training is being conducted online. In the future, we hope that the collaboration will not only be in the form training, but there will be opportunity to BMKG staff, to postdoc, to USGS, and contact capacity development. Today's event come at an important juncture to further advance our participant partnership and support. We would like to see continuous of our joint effort, but building long-term and strategic partnership between USGS and BMKG. To this end, may I declare the Advanced Earthquake and Tsunami Hazard Training course and the be official opening. I wish you all great success in this training course. Thank you for your kind attention. Stay healthy, stay strong, and stay united. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Bapak Dr. Suko Prayitno Adi, for the remark and for officially opening Advanced Earthquake and Tsunami Hazard Training course this afternoon. We believe that all those encouraged message will inspire all the participants, of course, and the trainers as well, to provide the best effort, the success of this training. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, before we are going to the primary agenda training course, we will hold a photo session. To all audiences, we invite you to kindly turn on your camera, please, and the best smile, and the TSO will take some screenshot. Okay, I will handle this session. Please, for the count of 3, please give the biggest smile. 1, 2, 3. And the second slide, 1, 2, 3. And the last slide, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, Donna.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for all. And thank you very much for Mr. Chandra to be operator for that session. We have finished the photo session, and thank you very much for your attention and participation. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the opening ceremony for Advanced Earthquake and Tsunami Hazard Training course. And thank you for Bapak Dr. Suko Prayitno Adi. Thank you very much for Ibu Nelly Fodariama, and thank you for everyone here. And of course, thank you very much all distinguished guests for your attendance in the ceremony this afternoon. And for all honorable guests, you are pleased to continue with your agenda and activities and may leave the meeting room. We wish you all a great day. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih Pak Suko.
Ya, terima kasih.
Terima
Pak
kasih
Suko.
Pak
Kami-
Deputi.
Oke, selanjutnya rapat
Bagus.
sebelah ya. Monggo.
Iya, terima kasih Pak.
Thank you, Walter.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Walter.
Thank you all. Thank you very
Nice
much.
to
Thank you,
you
Pak
today.
Walter.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pak Walter. Thank you.
See you in California.
Yeah.
I'm in
Next.
California, yeah. And
I will visit you as soon as possible.
will you do the exam now, or will we start the first lecture?
Mbak Tuna.
Yeah, the first lecture for from Pak Yanwar, or maybe in schedule. So because I cannot see Dr. Bruce Ho.
Yeah, he's here. He's ready.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Maybe maybe in the next session we are going to the main agenda of this training course. Actually, we have three material today, and the first session will be guided by Miss Winisa, and as well as will be guided by Dr. Walter Mooney for the second session. Mbak Winisa, please, time is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mbak Donna. Can you hear me? Everyone,
Yes,
hi, Walter.
It's clear.
Hi,
It's
Winnie.
clear. It's very nice.
Okay. Okay, Bruce, are you with us now, Bruce?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon.
Okay. Halo, good afternoon, Bruce. Oke, kita mulai ya, Mbak Donna. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Her Excellencies, Director of Center for Education and Training, Dr. Nelly Florida. His Excellency, the Acting Director for Research and Development, Dr. Supriyanto, the Honorable His Excellency Walter Mooney, and all resort person, and the Honorable all the participants for this training. Welcome to our first day training, where the topic is Smart Cable Undersea Technology. And as we know that the ocean is the key to understand societal threat, including sea level rise, ocean warnings, tsunami, and earthquakes. Because of the ocean is unique, difficult, and costly to monitor, then we lack fundamental data needed to adequately model, understand, and address this threat. So there is one solution to integrate sensor into future undersea telecommunication cable, namely SMART, subsea cable initiative, science monitoring, and reliable telecommunication. Smart sensor will have the power and communication infrastructure of the millions kilometer of the undersea fiber optic cable and thousands of repeater, creating the potential seafloor best global ocean observation at the modest incremental cost. And this smart cable actually have the critical scientifics for the long term. For the critical issue is related with the climate, and the short term is the related with the tsunami. So in this session, everyone will know about how the smart cable can improve our understanding of the marine ocean and geophysical process, including ocean temperature, circulation, sea level rise, tide, and wind wave, as well as tsunami modeling and seismology. And also we will know how the resulting data will be managed, distributed, and used. So not for talk more, now we are together with the Dr. Bruce Hall. Hello, Dr. Bruce, long time not to see you and have physical meeting
Hi.
with you.
Yes.
It's our pleasure to be with you in our trainings. Dr. Bruce is a research professor at Department of Ocean and Resources Engineering, School of Ocean and Earth Science and Technology, SOESTO, of the University of Hawaii, Manoa. And also he is a graduate of the Stanford University and earned his PhD at University of California, San Diego. And he's an expert on ocean observatory, ocean acoustic, and sensor. He recently published a comprehensive paper, and also I already read your paper. Actually, what I'm saying before is coming from your paper. So this is the, we know that about the Dr. Bruce Ho. Before this presentation begin, let me inform how the presentation will be going on. First, we will invite the speaker to present the material. After that, there will be question and answer session followed by conclusion. Now, allow me to welcome to the speaker, Dr. Bruce Ho, to deliver to your presentation. The floor is yours.
Good. Thank you very much, Vanessa. Let me share my screen here. There. Can everyone see that? Okay. Yes.
Yes, Bruce.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. Very good. So as Vanessa said, SMART stands for Science, Monitoring, and Reliable Telecommunications, and this should be, we're expecting to be a new way of observing the ocean. So my outline is what, why, how, and then show some systems underway at various stages, and a few slides on Indonesia and steps forward. So this is a overview slide, so I'll spend some time on it. So first, the goal is to create a global array for climate, ocean, sea level, earthquakes, and tsunamis. And we'll do this by creating a planetary sensor power internet network, sharing submarine cable infrastructure. So it's sharing the telecom mission, and we're adding a science, environmental monitoring, and early warning mission to that. Telecom remains the primary mission of these cables. So a fundamental requirement is that the science early warning component does not interfere with the telecom mission. And main reason to do this rather than doing it all ourselves is to reduce the cost, because these are not inexpensive systems, and whereas an incremental cost is achievable. This map shows most of the operational cables. There are roughly 400 in the world now, over 1.2 million kilometers of cable, representing roughly 20,000 of these repeaters down here, you can see. And in these repeaters, the optical fiber telecom signal is amplified and passed on, but there's electricity available in these repeaters, and then also fiber communications. So when we add sensors to these, we can get the data back and have power for the sensors. This will also benefit the cable part of the partnership, because by knowing the environment, we can better protect the network, protect an individual cable, as well as protect the entire network by better understanding the entire environment. The first sensors will be bottom temperature, pressure, and seismic acceleration. And if we succeed in doing this, this truly will be a first order addition to the Ocean and Earth Observing System. We are a project of the UN Decade of Ocean Science, and the first system that will be installed in late 2025 is a Portuguese system here, the green circle, between called CAM, Continent, Lisbon, Azores, and Madeira, 4,000 kilometers. So I'll go on from there. Just in a cartoon fashion, this is what we're planning to do. We are by no means the only observing capability, obviously. We're just one of many components to the ocean observing toolkit, and complementing satellites, Argo floats, dart buoys, and so on. No single system can do everything, and that we share that. But we will be measuring essential ocean variables, temperature, and soon to be pressure, and then seismic acceleration also. And these, more explicitly, what we're measuring, temperature, subsurface temperature, and essential ocean variable, looking at deep ocean warming and sea level rise here. And then also by understanding the deep ocean temperature, that does affect ocean circulation and therefore climate. And then ocean bottom pressure, we're working on making that an EOV now. And the direct thing you measure, increase in pressure, is an signature of melting ice, adding mass to the ocean, basically raising sea level. And then also by looking at gradients of pressure along the cable, we can infer depth average currents as well, so ocean circulation. And then important for this audience is using the pressure and the seismic sensor for tsunami and earthquake early warning. And finally, just better improving our geophysics understanding of the Earth. So in simple terms, this is just one simple simulation. There are 3 cables going off, in this case, Japan, and with sensors every so often along the cable. And these are the real-time traces one would get as a tsunami propagates. So you've all seen many of these slides on tsunamis before, but they're both near field and far field tsunamis, and these maps show examples of those. And your region, Indonesia and the Pacific, is obviously well, it's not a hot spot, it's hot everywhere. And again, you've seen these pictures and statistics, and I show this slide partly because now Alcatel Submarine Networks, the largest supplier of these systems, will be providing smart capability in 2025, and is now themselves going out and talking about this in industry fora. And again, they're near field and far field tsunamis, and these maps show indications of warning times to land, and then also here basically showing that the green spots are land locations that have less than 20 minutes of warning, or they're 20 minutes or less before they get a warning, which is good. So there's not very much green there. Most of it's red. So we think that the cables can provide both near field, if the geometry is right, and far field warning for tsunamis. And in the far field case, obviously, in the far field, by the time a tsunami reaches you, you've had quite a bit of warning. I mean, you know there's been a big earthquake, but the warning will be improved, and this has big economic ramifications. And again, we're not the only solution to the problem. Adding GPS on land is an obvious addition, but we feel that the smart cables are the only way to get global scale coverage, in situ coverage in the ocean, direct measurements of tsunami wave height. And these other methods are indirect or extrapolations. So GPS extrapolated typically into the ocean to try and determine source characteristics. And this is a picture, I think, shown in Mike Ango's paper from 2019 of the goal for tsunami warning over the next ocean decade of decreasing or improving the the warning time, decreasing the time to issue a warning down to minutes rather than hours and so on. And SMART can play a role in all these short-term categories as well as long-term. And this was one early simulation just showing that with these sort of simple cables and widely spaced instruments, one can reduce the time to issue a warning significantly, 25% in this case, and that's a lot. And as simulations get more realistic, this improves. And we all know about the Tonga event. Now it's 2 months ago, and you know, the Earth is always presenting new surprises to us. Not that this was the physical phenomena was not totally unknown, but absolutely, I think most of the warning centers were caught by surprise, and I think it's fair to say didn't really know what to do. And this is yet another rationale for having a global network that can detect things like this. Now, the other part of this, this is slightly off topic, but I think all of you need to be aware of this, that the cables can address climate aspects, oceanography. And so a few motivation slides. Again, most of you have seen a lot of this, but this is temperature anomaly increasing over time and perhaps accelerating now. And we all know the ocean is a flywheel of climate. 90% of heat goes into the ocean, and CO2 for that matter. And this is a plot, again, most of us have seen, but it's different in the sense that it's been compressed in the time scale. So we can see the increase in CO2 emissions over the entire industrial revolution and really how exponential it is. And then we look at these curves, straight lines coming down, you know, which are so drastic, and really you know, to keep any temperature increase within reason, 1 or 2 degrees, we've got to really take action very quickly. That's the main point here. And another way to look at this is increase in area of land. If we do nothing, this is a 2070 scenario, these dark spots become unlivable. They're greater than 29 degrees Celsius. And you think that's 20% of the land surface. And you know, there's parts of Indonesia in there too. So one needs to be aware of you know, what's really coming. And again, the ocean is the flywheel of climate. This just shows the breakdown in sea level rise. Well, it's actually energy change in zeta joules due to different parts of the ocean. And the largest uncertainty in this curve, the black dashed lines are uncertainty bars, is in the deeper ocean components. So by measuring temperature, we can help in that respect. So here we just reviewing, we can address climate change and disaster risk reduction. And we're part of the UN Decade of Ocean Science, addressing climate change, sea level rise, disaster risk reduction, as well as improving, as I said, societal connectivity, improving the communication network that we all depend on, and the COVID experience and what we're doing at this precise moment is a reflection of the importance of a reliable and resilient telecom infrastructure. So within the decade, we address at least 3 of the challenges and 3 of the outcomes, hitting ocean heat, circulation, and then early warning, obviously early warning for earthquakes and tsunamis, but also improved understanding of sea level rise will help mitigate coastal flooding. And we will be absolutely addressing a sustainable ocean observing system. Think global, real-time, long life, reliable, sustained, maintained, and expandable. So how are we going to do this? This is not coming out of thin air. It's based on past experience, dedicated systems where the primary purpose is, in most cases, early warning. So the Japanese systems are the main examples. SNet off the East Coast, 5,000 kilometers, 6 different systems with inline fixed sensors, and then the DoNet system, which is plug and play off more southern Japan, and another system is being built now over here. In the United States and Canada, there are the Neptune systems, Ocean Network Canada, OOI, off the West Coast, where it's plug and play, and this the benefit of these is high power and high bandwidth, but at the cost of increased maintenance using ROVs and so on. I mentioned the Senriku system, again, near Fukushima. This is academic, built by University of Tokyo, and it actually has components that are, approaching smart-like prototypes. So this is a cartoon of a repeater here, and this shows a whole bunch of repeaters stacked up in a warehouse. I think this was a Brazil to Angola system, but you can see the scale. And so just be clear, this is not yet built. People are working on prototype subsea data systems, and the US is developing a prototype. And as I said, Alcatel will supply a complete system in 2025. But exactly how this is done is still in development. The seismic accelerometers likely would be in the pressure case itself. They do not need to be exposed to seawater. The pressure and temperature sensors could be need to be in the water, and they could be out here in this coupling or in the end cone somewhere here, or maybe at both ends, or in a separate package some distance away. And the concern here is really the heat island effect for the temperature measurement, to get away from the 50 or 100 watts being dissipated in this pressure case. So again, I just put this slide in showing that Alcatel is committed to doing this. They've publicly come out and stated this. They see climate change as having to be a central element of all their corporate strategy. And this is one concrete example of what they will be doing to help address climate change. And Subsea Data Systems also working on a prototype, which they expect to license to a supplier, as well as dealing with all the data. While the data in theory is very similar to DART data or other temperature data or seismic data, there are absolutely nuances that need to be taken into account. I throw in this one slide here just as a, getting a little more real. This is a seismic, seafloor seismic noise plot. So this is the noise spectrum, and these are signals one would receive for different magnitude earthquakes at different distances. So this helps you decide what noise level your sensors should have in order to measure some of these phenomena. And so that's one aspect that, they're real live sensors. We need to take those into account. The second aspect here, the right-hand part of the slide, is more just to make you aware that there are new optical fiber sensing techniques that likely will play a complementary role at a minimum for seismic and tsunami detection. Basically, there are ways of measuring how the fiber is pulled, stretched, or compressed, or twisted, and they're pluses and minuses to both methods. There are two methods. And one makes one measurement over an entire cable, and with multiple cables, you could triangulate on an earthquake. And the other method is a backscatter. It's like weather radar in some way. And people are just starting to use these methods and learn how well they work. I think it's clear the timing, the detecting the time of arrival of signals is excellent, but the amplitude is in question, because you need to know what the transfer function is between the wave of interest, the sediment, the water, the cable itself, and exactly how the fibers in the cable. But keep eyes and ears open about these methods. Okay, so here we're at the point where I'll describe some of the systems underway here. And the first one in the middle is a wet demonstration project, which should be installed this year off Sicily in southern Italy, near Mount Etna volcano. And it will test 3 smart repeaters, but with no telecom. So it's a very simplified test. It's mainly a mechanical test to show that sensors can be installed in repeaters and that they return good data. This is a little small here, but in the middle, a picture of some of the Garulp sensors integrated into a repeater, and then the external pressure and temperature. So they'll have a full broadband seismometer to compare against the accelerometer, and there will be other seismic sensors nearby for comparison as well. On the left is the CAM system I mentioned, connecting Lisbon, Azores, and Madeira Island in a 4,000 kilometer ring with roughly 50 of these smart repeaters. This is the domestic system, but the anticipation is this will form kind of a gateway into Europe for international systems as well. This will be the first of many. And in the planning for this new system, replacing old cables, 25-year-old cables, the director of ANACOM, the Portuguese regulatory agency, similar to ComInfo in Indonesia, the director required that the system have environmental and seismic detection. Portugal had a very major earthquake tsunami in 1755 that destroyed much of Lisbon and also much of their coastline, all the cities and towns from Africa all the way north. So they're very, very much aware of the risk and danger. So anyway, they're doing this, and expectation is it should be ready for service at the end of 2025 or so. They will issue a request for proposal in the next couple of months. And then also, Vita Silva has done a risk analysis looking only at earthquake early warning, basically improving warning times by tens of seconds, for instance, and finds that if there was another similar event in the 25-year life of the system, that it would more than pay in terms of lives saved. It would more than pay for the entire system, not just the incremental part. So from a cost benefit point of view, it absolutely would pay for itself. Another system in discussion is called Medusa, going from Lisbon, Barcelona, Marseille, Sicily, all the way to Egypt. And that should be installed in 2024, 2025. And this would be a fantastic, I mean, there's absolutely tsunami risk, and hundreds of thousands of people have died over the last few centuries in this region. and many earthquakes and so on, especially in the eastern part. But this is a commercial system. They want smart capability, but they also have the requirement to install in 2024 at least the western portion. So it may be that the western portion does not have smart, but the eastern portion to be installed later. We're working on getting smart into that section. I do say, I mentioned over here with the Portugal system, the expected cost of this 4,000 kilometer system is 120 million euros. And we're saying that the smart component is 10 to 15% of that. So 12 to 15 million euros for the cost of that. So we are in the process of trying to raise funds to add smart capability to this system as well. Okay, and I'm in Europe right now, and that's part of some of the people I'll be visiting are connected to that. And this just shows some of the modeling that's been done for the CAM system, the Portugal system. In this case, just reduction in tsunami arrival time. So by having the cable, these white dots here indicate improvement in tsunami warning time. So if there's an earthquake here, that gives 50 minutes of warning before a tsunami in the middle gets to the closest tide gauge. This is just another metric. So moving to the Pacific, closer to you, we have Vanuatu, New Caledonia. There's partial funding for this. These are all in planning stages. So, and I'll say a few more words about this in a moment. New Zealand is considering a smart cable from North Island to Chatham Islands. Again, this is a sort of a classic smart system because at least early on, serving a small population on the Chatham Islands, leaving no population, no citizen behind. And so it's actually the Ministry of Business, which is promoting this cable. But they early on saw that there could be scientific benefits and had a workshop a year ago. And of course, the science people want more. They want that optical fiber sensing, they want smart repeaters, and they want plug and play nodes for more detailed instruments. In any case, this is under review. And the thinking is that this in the long term will be less expensive than a satellite communications over the 25-year life. In the top right, there are a couple of different maps here showing cables to Antarctica. So this is now coming up. The National Science Foundation last June in the United States funded a workshop to look at a proposed cable from New Zealand to McMurdo Bay, US base, and Scott Bay nearby, New Zealand base. Right now, those bases have 100 megabit per second connectivity. So it's very, very small. There are hundreds of people there, logistics and so on. And they literally have pallets and pallets, crates and crates of hard drives that they fly in and out because of the limited bandwidth. So they feel that by adding a submarine cable with effectively infinite bandwidth, they can accelerate the amount of science being done on the continent. And then also recently, Chile has said they are in the planning stage to connect southern Chile with their bases just south. So this is a much more modest cable, only 1,000 kilometers, but it does cross Drake Passage, which and the Antarctic circumpolar current, which is the largest current in the world and affects all oceans. So that will be interesting to see how that develops. Next, going down here in the lower right is a cable crossing the Arctic from Europe to Japan via Alaska, the Canadian Northwest Passage, and then to past Ireland to Ireland and Norway. And the proponents do want smart capability. Of course, it's up to the science and early warning community to raise the incremental funding. This is quite a bit more expensive. They're claiming they will be ready for service in 2025, but they're still raising commercial money to get this system built. But they are saying that SMART will be integral to that system. Closer to you, Project Coete from Perth to Malaysia via Jakarta, and also branches up to Darwin, has been proposed. And again, they would like to have smart capability in that system. And there are groups in Australia, including the Tsunami community in Australia, fully aware of this. And then lastly, Indonesia. And let me just move on the next slides. Well, let me first mention the New Caledonia Vanuatu system. At the University of Hawaii, we just received a significant grant from the Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation. And they're really, the main goal is to make smart cables the world standard for submarine telecom cables, leading to a global network for sustained ocean observation, geophysical study of earthquakes, and earthquake and tsunami warning in a world with rising sea levels. That's their words. And there are really three parts. One is to do simulations to show the quantitative benefit of the measurements and produce models for global models that can assimilate data, as well as regional models, in this case around South Pacific. And then second is to focus on this particular cable system. This is still proposed, but the expectation is this funding will help motivate the governments to find the funding to actually build the cable and commercial funding. Vanuatu has only one international cable now, and everyone agrees, and the Tonga experience confirms yet again that you really need two cables minimum for international connectivity to survive a case like Tonga where a cable was broken. So that's that part. And then lastly, funding for International Smart Project Office. And this just shows some of the geological context for that region, all the earthquakes and so on around, especially Vanuatu and the trench here, and then tsunamis, historical tsunamis, and there have been some tall ones or high, 5-10 meter tsunamis historically. So coming to Indonesia, this slide shows two things. One is on the lower left and bottom, simulations that Amir Salari has done in a paper that's in press right now. So in one, he's looking at the hypothetical smart cable off the megathrust subduction zone, Sumatra, Java, and the improvement that would bring. And in this case, he's looking at a either delta U, which is a measure, or azimuthal gap. They're roughly similar, but basically, how well can you position earthquake epicenter using the seismic data? And basically, by having the offshore side of the triangulation, you can do a lot better in locating your earthquake and then presumably the other earthquake parameters. So that's one aspect. And then here he's done very crude simulation of landslides, and this is kind of a cumulative of all possible landslides, and based on bottom slope and bottom acceleration and song. And so the yellow bars show tsunami just above the at the cable location, the wave height, and then the onshore, I think roughly 20-meter water depth. So this is a first attempt at an attempt at trying to look at landslide tsunamis. Whether they're generated seismically or aseismically is not well, in this case, I guess based on acceleration, they are seismic. And then the top right picture I'll show again. It shows a hypothetical smart cable network on the south and west sides, and then also in the interior here. I'll say more. So yeah, let me just go through these pictures first. This plot, I think, comes from Indonesia. You've all seen this before, of earthquakes and faults and so on. And this plot is coming from people in Bryn now on developing different parts of the early warning system, including dart buoys, and then cable-based tsunami warning. And then this is that same plot showing a more detailed cable coverage. So I just want to make a few points here. So it's clear to everyone, I mean, the reason you're here is Indonesia is improving its multi-hazard early warning system. So INA CBT, cable-based tsunami, and for tsunami, earthquake, and what I'm suggesting is absolutely keep in mind the climate and oceanography side of things. This plot down here is a reminder of that your country and its geography sits right in the middle of the big ocean conveyor belt, water from the Pacific flowing through your maritime continent into the Indian Ocean is very critical to climate and ocean circulation. So smart cables, as shown here, could be an essential, reliable foundation for INA2s, and with good coverage. And it appears, in my humble opinion, to be the only economical solution really is to ride on top of telecom and leverage the large investment that telecom makes in submarine cables. And it is available commercially, although Bryn is working towards developing in-country capability with smaller systems being deployed at the moment. And again, in other parts of the world, there are these demonstration pilots and smaller systems that are in progress. Some are funded and some are not, but they will be setting precedents both for technical reliability as well as things like permitting, legal, and security issues. But we need, for Indonesia and for the world for that matter, a long-term plan, 10 to 20 years to implement something like this as new systems go in, and they're always going in. They live 20, 25 years engineering life, but they're always replacing those as they get old or finding new routes for them. And it will involve many agencies within government, many aspects of industry, neighboring countries, and international coordination. So this is a blow up of the work that Bryn is doing. So expectation by 2024, there are 13 dart buoys, 7 small cable-based tsunami systems, basically short 10, 20 kilometer systems, and ideally one crossing Makassar Strait 300 kilometers. And that would be land station to land station. So that by 2024, hopefully that will have been demonstrated and then can lead to a more complex full-blown system. This is from Dr. Andy Ikasaka, a summary of the last 20 years. So Aceh, of course, prompted much of this. And then the more recent Palau and Sunda Strait events accelerated thinking, excuse me, and also made it clear that it wasn't just tectonic tsunami-based events that need to be considered, but other ones as well. The presidential decree in late 2019 established a structure for doing this, and so it is underway. But in my opinion, there needs to be more planning done. Okay, getting back to more general smart cables. I think we have done a good job in establishing connections with UN agencies, particularly our sponsoring agencies. The International Telecommunications Unit actually started this back in 2010, was the first activity when a Nature article came out on this topic. And since then, recently, the Secretary General has written articles in trade journals and sent letters to member states and, excuse me, just I'm in Geneva right now after this WTSA World Technical Standardization Assembly, and we worked to get a resolution adopted. We didn't get a full resolution, but we got words in the report which are strong enough, and we'll be amending resolutions in other parts of ITU in the next year as well. And this basically helps get support from the ITU community, which is a telecom community upon which we really depend. I mentioned also here this last item, SG Study Group 15, question 8 is submarine fiber optic cables, and they are now tasked to develop recommendations or requirements for smart cables, telecom plus sensing, or dedicated science cables. So that is in progress. In UNESCO IOC, we've dealt primarily so far with the tsunami program, and I'm pleased to say we have a large amount of support from the entire IOC tsunami community, and we're have the right words in the various documents and so on, demonstrating that support. And we are working now to strengthen our connections with GOOSE, Global Ocean Observing System. And then WMO is our third sponsor. And as part of that, we're liaising with the Data Buoy Coordination Panel. And in fact, they are prompting a workshop in the next year to look at tsunami technology. I see WMO coming more involved with using the GTS global telecommunications system and simply how to distribute data most efficiently. Lastly, the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. We have been endorsed as a project of the decade, affiliated with Tsunami and the GOOSE co-design programs. And we feel we're a perfect example of blue economy, blue science, blue economy leveraging the $5 billion per year industry that the submarine cable industry is, and it has 170 years of experience. And frankly, I wonder why, ocean science hasn't earlier, wiggled our way into the submarine cable industry, because they are the single sort of industrial activity that really uses the deep sea floor on a routine basis and has experience like this. And our hope and expectation is that by affiliating ourselves with that industry, we will discover new modes of funding. So many of these telecom systems are funded by, just straight commercial loans or investments, but many of them get money from development banks or international investment banks. So, for instance, European Investment Bank is investing in the Medusa system in the Mediterranean, so providing low interest loans for that purpose. Okay, so just some comments in general about smart cables, strengths and weaknesses. So strength is we directly measure essential ocean variables, temperature and pressure, which is in progress, and address SDGs and the Sendai disaster risk reduction framework. And we're part of the UN decade with Goose and part of the overall UN structure. It is global scale, the concept, sustainable, real-time, 25-year life, highly reliable, leverages this $5 billion per year industry with so much experience. And one should think of this not just as measuring these couple of sensors or, at the beginning, but after 10 or 20 years, one could expect that you look at this more as a general purpose power and internet connection on the seafloor at relatively low lifetime cost, supporting other things as well. Weakness now is, well, it is limited to the seafloor. The sensors are on the bottom, and they need to be sensors that can effectively remotely sense the water column ideally. And that's what pressure does. It's basically remote sensing the mass of water above it. And it will take time to reach a global scale, no question. But one can think that future nodes, so new technology in 10 or 20 years, or implementing technology just now becoming available for moorings, autonomous vehicle, electric vehicle charging, acoustic navigation, tomography, things like that could be facilitated. And another weakness is funding. I mean, that's true of everything we do is it's hard to get funding, but we will need non-traditional funding models and to either supply the upfront cost of the system or a sustained loan and payoff. And the other thing is there is a mismatch in a commercial time scale, which is a couple of years, and typical government time scales, which are more than a couple of years, more like 3, 4, or 5, or even longer. So we have to deal with that issue. And there are still concerns, questions about international law, conflict between submarine cable privileges, marine science data, and for general cases, permitting and security. So our pragmatic approaches here at the beginning of this whole process, we start with countries that want the capability, like Portugal, like Indonesia, and bypass concerns about legal permitting and security issues, because those are, if the country wants the system, the capability, the smart capability, they can deal with those. Let's see. Okay, approaching the end here. So at the same time, if one has a smart cable, this opens up many opportunities. Scientifically, it's looking at large-scale ocean flow, meridional overturning circulation and the Indonesian through flow. We are part of the MORE funding is observing system simulation experiments to quantify the benefits. One likely will need cross-calibration validation between the cable observations and other observations. So the cable can be a center point for additional measurements. These measurements or future different kinds of measurements could help in EEZ management, illegal fishing, for instance, and so on. One could include hydrophones for passive acoustic monitoring. There are many now applications for that, for understanding the biology and ecosystems. And it can catalyze new technology that then helps ocean observing. So with new cables or reuse of cables, we can add nodes and observatories with autonomous vehicles, dockings that can carry sensors and survey, for instance, mid-ocean ridge along the cable routes and so on, with high resolution, and repeat surveys, look at changes. Could catalyze a long-range acoustic navigation and tomography for 4-dimensional temperature. And then also this optical fiber sensing, I'm sure, will be growing into the future. And the rising tide raises all ships. So just final slide here, sort of summarizing, smart capability will be available in 2025 by ASN and in that similar timeframe, subsea data systems. Smart systems are in progress, either funded or in progress funding-wise. Portugal, Mediterranean, Vanuatu, New Caledonia, Antarctica, Arctic. And these will set valuable precedents for the science and technology, the funding, permitting, and so on. And at the same time, they will catalyze other related activity and lay the foundation for more complex systems into the future. As part of the UN decade, this is a perfect example of the blue economy, again, leveraging this large industry with lots of experience and addressing the SDGs. So many opportunities can flow from smart cables. So thank you, and I'll entertain questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Bruce, for your comprehensive presentation. It's very interesting to open our mind related to with the smart cable. There is a point that you already mentioned is related to with the smart cable as the integrated sensor from repeater, acceleration, pressure, and temperature, sensor coupling, and etc. And also this is would be have benefit for climate and also for the tsunami warning. Also for the tsunami warning is related with the reduction of the time for the issued tsunami warning within 25%. So it's around 30 minutes, where is 30 minute issuing for warning. So where this time is very important for decision in evacuation, so we can reduce the uncertainty for the tsunami warnings. And then also related with the method, there are several methods in this smart cable is distributed acoustic and then optical polarization, ultra laser interferometry. I think and other points, as you mentioned, that Indonesia already installed cable called INACBT at the 7 locations, Labuan Bajo, also in Makassar, also in north part of Sulawesi, and others location you already mentioned. So it's mean that Indonesia now going also to the to install this new technology. So I think this is the point that I can catch up. There's actually many things, but we can discuss in our discussion time. So I also forgot one thing. You are the chair, right? Chair of the Joint Task Force for the smart cable. Isn't it,
Yes.
Bruce?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Bruce, now we open for discussion. Yes, please, teman-teman. Sorry, I speak in bahasa, Bruce. Just want to ask our colleagues to the question and our discussion. Teman-teman, di sini kita sudah mendapatkan pencerahan ya terkait dengan smart cable. Sesuatu yang sangat-sangat penting dan berharga bagaimana perkembangan teknologi di luar sana terkait dengan tsunami warning yang juga fungsinya ternyata tidak hanya untuk tsunami tapi juga untuk climate begitu. Kita mempunyai waktu 30 menit. Silakan teman-teman untuk bertanya apapun terkait dengan teknologi ini. Silakan boleh dalam bahasa Indonesia atau nanti bisa langsung dalam bahasa Inggris, kami persilahkan. Mungkin saya mau coba menyapa ya. Di sini Mas Randy Raja, ada nggak ya? Coba kita lihat. Di sini teman-teman pada kemana ya? Berlian Yonanda, Mbak Iza, lalu Mas Komang Gede Pramana, Pak Zamroni, Mas Beni, silahkan kalau ada pertanyaan. Pak Zamroni, halo Pak.
Hadir Bu, iya Bu hadir. Iya saya nanya deh Bu.
Iya Pak, mohon maaf Pak, boleh agak keras suaranya Pak, di sini saya hujan deras ya, nggak terdengar jelas.
Baik, thank you Mr. Bruce. I'm Jamroni from Makassar. I wanna ask about Indonesian cable-based tsunami in a CBT that will install in Makassar State. My question is it similar to the smart cable technology, and what is the impact for Makassar State, especially for Sulawesi and Kalimantan Island? Thank you.
Okay. Let me go down to that picture. My understanding is that so let's see. So you're talking about this cable across here.
Yes,
so
yes.
My understanding is that's about 300 kilometers, and the plan is to put 5 or 6 of these what the Brin people are calling ocean bottom units, OBUs, in that cable. With 300 kilometers, you do not actually need optical amplifier repeaters from the telecom point of view. You can just go from shore station to shore station. It's short enough. You do not need the optical repeaters. So in that case, the plan is to use the same kind of cable, but instead of having a repeater, you have what Brin has developed, this OBU, which has simple. It's sort of like the wet demonstration in some ways, a simple Ethernet system and a simple power system with the sensors, but no, it uses its own fiber pair or fiber pairs. So the telecom is completely separate. The telecom fibers are completely separate. Telecom does not need power, and so there's no sharing of power. And so these OBUs are relatively simple, and they're very similar to the Japanese Senriku system that was developed as well. So it's a good first demonstration. I mean, I think the other systems that have gone in already are shorter and single end. So there's no telecom. There's no connection at the other side. It just goes out to the OBU, which has the sensors and then comes straight back to shore. So my understanding is the Makassar Strait one will be the first that actually has telecom in it. So it's kind of a hybrid system. It's not the full smart repeater, but it's a good, well, hybrid system, good in-between point that Indonesia can develop and is developing. So I think with the new capital and so on, I think that cable will be essential in providing connectivity. I mean, it'll just be one of many, in the end, but it'll be a good start too for that purpose. I hope that answered question.
Okay, thank you, Bruce.
Sudah menjawab ya Pak Zamroni.
Iya,
Pak Zamroni, kita di sini juga hadir Pak Januar, subkoordinator Manop Tsunami, yang kita juga bisa tahu bagaimana operasional INACBT saat ini di Inatius begitu. Bruce, I would like to mention that now we also have together with Januar, is sub-coordinator for management of tsunami operations. So we will know how the INACBT going to Inatius at the moment. Yes, Januar, please, if you want to add any information related to INACBT.
Okay, hello Bruce.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. Okay, telling about CBT. In 2020, there was one CBT already installed, and the data already integrated in Inatius. But for the operational, not so long, maybe about several months, and after that, unfortunately the CBT in the offline, and then and after that there is no more CBT integrated in Inatius. I heard that in Krakatau, BPPT already installed the CBT in Mount Krakatau, but actually until now the data has not integrated in Inatius yet. And the recent information, BPPT also built CBT in Sumba, but there is no official information that inform us to use the data yet. Thank you. I think that's all from me.
I confess I can't really comment much more. I have not heard recently from people in Bryn, other than there's one short system that's been installed in Bajo. I'm not.
Yeah, in Sumba,
that,
Bajo.
Yeah, apparently is working as far as 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, but one that was installed in Rakatenda is having trouble. I think one of those, maybe Bajo, it's a very remote area, and they also have to build the solar charging, batteries and communication, satellite communication, and so on. So it's just not the cable. It's a much more complex job. But I'm sorry, I can't. I don't know the latest complete status of all the different systems.
Bruce, this is Walter. Great talk. Thank you very much. Can you tell us what happened to the cable between Tonga and Fiji during the volcanic eruption? We heard it was moved. It was moved by a current or something.
Well, the one that went closest was actually destroyed. I mean, 80 kilometers of cable apparently was buried, and they picked up some of the ends which indicated severe severe stresses and ripping apart and so on. I believe that one of their other domestic cables also, I think failed also. It was not as close, but something, I don't know the answer to what the status of that cable is, but there absolutely was, catastrophic damage from the volcano itself affecting the international cable. So that's, it highlights again the need for two cables, or well, even if that cable that was destroyed had smart sensors in it, it would have been able to sense the precursors and everything, presumably. But Tonga 3 years ago had a cable failure on their international cable also, and that was due to a ship anchor. But they've been trying to get a second cable now for several years, and obviously didn't. But now there's even more pressure to get a second cable and make sure other countries, islands everywhere, have backup systems. Satellites are not adequate, to carry what today is considered essential internet traffic.
And you mentioned that the cable industry is 170 years old. Do you mean that there was a cable stretched across the Atlantic in 1850?
No, the first cable was across the first cable was across the English Channel in I think 1850, 1840, somewhere around there. And interestingly enough, it only lived 24 hours before a fisherman got it and broke it. So there's been a long running battle between the fishing industry and cable industry over that entire time period. But it does go back to those shorter cables. And I think there were 3 or 4 attempts across the Atlantic before finally, I think it was 1866, the first one that lived for several years finally was installed.
Yeah. What's the for these cables that we're talking about? What is the lifespan? How long can they? What's the renewal time? When do they have to be replaced?
Their engineering design life is 25 years, and many of the cables that were installed in the submarine cable boom around 2000 are still in service, and there are very few plans to actually retire them. So they may end up going longer than 25 years. In some cases, the bandwidth is just not enough and they want to replace it. But in other cases, it's still adequate or helps. I personally am using a cable for my Aloha Cable Observatory that is now 32 years old. It was first generation optical fiber cable that went to Hawaii, and in 2007 we repurposed that. AT&T gave us that cable, and we cut it and put a node on, and that's been working 10 years now as an observatory. And there's no, the infrastructure is rock solid. There's no reason, at least that we see, that it couldn't go another 30 years.
Right.
So we say the nominal engineering life is 25 years, and it really does achieve that. And that's saying what they mean by that is 1 or 2 failures in 25 years. And that includes fishing damage and other, yes, repeaters failing or something, but only 1 or 2 in 25 years.
Impressive. That's very impressive.
Yeah. And one of the concerns here is what are the reliability of the sensors? I think we've all dealt with our science sensors, and I think typically we don't have the highest opinion of the reliability of the sensors we deal with, and so this might catalyze some more sensor development, and the submarine cable business, like Alcatel, absolutely digs into every aspect of a sensor in this case to really understand what affects the reliability and whether they need, let's say, two pressure sensors for redundancy, or do you say your neighboring repeater is adequate redundancy, you know, and those detailed technical questions are still being worked out.
Wow. Very interesting. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Walter. We still have time, 15 minutes left. Please, if any question from Dr. Pak Supriyanto, monggo.
Thank you, Mbak Wenisa.
Give her.
I think I'm no comment right now. Maybe later, Mbak Tuna. Mbak Wenisa.
Bu, satu lagi boleh Bu?
Oh, enggak, silahkan Pak Jamroni. Senang nih, semangat. Monggo, Pak.
Okay. One more question.
Please, Pak Jamroni.
Yeah, one more question. I want to know about the smart system cable and the difference between hybrid system. What is the difference, and what is the newest technology from this system, the hybrid and smart system? Thank you.
Okay, well, I think maybe the best example of a hybrid is what Indonesia is doing with the OBUs, the ocean bottom units that have basically simple Ethernet and power infrastructure, and then the sensors too. And they're in short cables that do not require optical amplification for the telecom mission. So the telecom optical fibers go shore to shore with nothing in between. The early warning fibers go to each of these OBUs and collect the data and so on. And those are being built by Brin, and you know, one will have to learn by experience what the reliability is and so on. The full smart repeater will be very highly integrated into the existing telecom repeater that has these optical amplifiers. And you know, the failure rate of that entire unit is tiny. You know, it's you know, the 25-year life is for the entire system, but the reliability of each individual repeater is more like 500 years, you know, expected, you know, and so on. And so here we're integrating the science early warning component into that, and that's where the expertise of the commercial submarine cable companies really comes into play, because they have the experience to really understand the reliability and how to make it so the entire system with the science component will last the 25 years. I hope that makes it clear.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I see a comment in the chat window.
Yeah.
Data from smart cables is expected to be open and freely accessible. Well, that is our official position, the Joint Task Force, that all data at all time scales should be freely open and accessible. Now, having said that, really it comes down to the individual countries with landing stations and paying the money for it. So it'll end up being the policy of the countries. one would hope that at a minimum, the early warning part of the data will be made available in real time internationally. And maybe it's slightly processed or something. But for instance, Indonesia, I would fervently hope would make the data available to all the tsunami warning centers, Indian Ocean, Pacific, and regional, so that it's available in real time. And then, delayed mode, that's another aspect. Whether the full seismic data, the full pressure data, or the temperature data is made available, a day later or something like that. That's another issue. But I mean, what the Joint Task Force would prefer is that all data be, in real time, computer speed, be available in national and international archives effectively immediately, seconds of latency only, so that everyone can benefit from it, and that it be fair. So it's findable, accessible, interoperable, and I can't remember the last one, but the fair principles. So it's a problem that we're not going to dictate what the answer is. It has to be the countries.
Okay, Bruce, thank you. Thank you. The question from Mas Hassan. Any other question from probably Mas Hassan? Thank you. From Manado or others, especially the location that INACBT will install. Here we can, from this slide, we can see from the map, there are several locations that will be installed in INACBT. So if you have any question related with this, so you already have a knowledge or information about this, and probably one day there is also discussion from the BRIN to us to BMKG, so we can have knowledge to discuss it. Any other question from Mas Aditya Setio Rahman? Mas Adit? Musa?
Mbak Benisha.
Yeah. Oh, Mas, aku kenal suaranya nih kayaknya nih.
Mas Ganteng. Ini Mas Ganteng.
Ya, Mas Ganteng nih. Monggo Mas Bronki.
Oke, pakai bahasa Jawa ya.
Oke, bahasa Jawa.
Logatnya bahasa Inggris.
Kameranya mana? Kameranya.
Kameranya lagi ini.
Nggak boleh. Harus bahasa Inggris.
Hello Bruce, you said yes, that knowing environment can protect the network cable. Yes. My question is, what kind of conditional environment so we can place the cable and it will be working properly and not easy damage from the environment. And the second one is, with this network, it is possible to detect earthquake shaking, so we can make early warning system. Thank you. Dibantu Mbak Benisha, dibantu.
I missed the first part. How to make it more reliable?
Yeah. For the first question is related with the conditional environment, Bruce. So how or what is the conditional environment needed in install? So is this technology or this cable not going fast to be damaged or something like this?
Right.
And the second question is related with the network. There is possibility for the earthquake detected, so it will be useful for the warning. Please,
yeah,
Bruce.
So let's see, the first part, cable protection. In most cases, well, first of all, one has to know the environment or And so before you lay a cable, you actually should go out and measure the bathymetry and also talk to the local people. So fishing is the major risk. And so often cable is buried in the sediment at least 1 meter so that if there is fishing and bottom trawling or small anchors, that does not affect the cable. And if you don't do that and there's fishing, then at some point they'll break the cable. So that's a major thing. You can also, if it's going over rock, you add armor to the cable. The basic cable is only 20 millimeter diameter, and with plastic insulation on the outside with steel on the inside. So the cable by itself is not that robust. In shallow water, you always add extra armor, steel wire protection on top of that, and even sometimes what they call split pipe. So you actually put it inside a pipe, steel pipe, to protect it even more and bury it. So there are all those things that have to be considered. The second question about earthquake detection, absolutely. The seismometer, it's the seismic accelerometer. It's not a full-blown seismometer, but the expectation is it will be able to absolutely pick up nearby earthquakes, even nearby small earthquakes, let alone larger ones at some distance. And the new accelerometers are getting much more sensitive. So they in some ways approaching a seismometer. So absolutely, in multi-hazard warning and as part of tsunami warning, you always want the seismic data as soon as possible. To tell you that something's happened, and then to locate the earthquake, and then work out the magnitude. So having a smart cable with the seismic part of it is a great advance over, let's say, dart buoys that deliver only pressure and so on. I hope that answered.
Yes.
Okay.
Can be replaced the conventional seismometer. Next feature.
Well, as I said, it's not a full-blown ocean bottom seismometer, but it's coming close to it.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Mas Bronki, Mas Widiatmoko from Yogyakarta. I think now we have 4 minutes left. If any question from the participants, probably from who wants to have question or who want to have any something want to know more. Probably from ladies. I haven't hear the voice from ladies. Mbak Weni Sinuraya, ada pertanyaan kah, Mbak?
Mbak Zaman.
Mas Jaman. Oh iya, Mas Jaman tadi mana ya? Kamera nggak hidup ya? Mas Jaman? Mana ya Mas Jaman? Ini ada Mas Rudianto. Mas Rudianto, any question Mas Rudianto? Halo? Mas Rudianto, want to say something? Oh, okay. You write the chat. Okay. Bruce, here the question from Rudianto in Lampung.
Okay.
The question is, in some cases of large earthquake, the deformation of rock on the sea floor is very massive. How this system anticipated?
Okay. Well, first of all, the sensor should measure that deformation. In terms of seismic acceleration and pressure, for that matter, the combination. And obviously, if the deformation is so great that it breaks the cable, well, the cable gets broken. So you have the data up until that point. In some cases, you should be able to keep operating the single ends, even though there's a break in the cable. In principle, you should be able to continue operating even in that situation. But that depends on the technical details of implementation. But in any case, what you want to do is design the system so that if there's a break one place, you have another you have nearby instruments that are still working. Let's see. I can't. So in this picture, you see these cables going into shore maybe every 1,000 kilometers. So each of those would be an independent path. So if a cable broke here, you still have, all these other cables working. So it's not like the entire system goes down, just part of the system. Let's see. And then another question here, Aditya, difference between ENA CBT and buoy. Well, ENA CTB is it's cable based. There's cable connecting all the sensors. The buoy has no cables. It's coming up to the surface. And the history of the tsunami buoys in the tropics and in Indonesia is not good. Many of them are destroyed by fishermen, and there's never been a successful long-term deployment of tsunami buoys. So that is the major problem with buoys, frankly, in this region. That's not to say that in some cases buoys, for maybe local threats, so volcanoes or areas where there are no cables, buoy might be still the only solution. So one has to balance this. It's not all or nothing. So, there'll always be dark buoys, even if there are lots of cables too. Let's see, sensor accuracy.
Thank you, Mas.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Bruce, for answering the question from Aditya. Thank you, Mas Adit. Now we have another question. It's coming from Muhammad Fikri.
Yeah.
Mas Fikri mau menyampaikan langsung atau mau saya bacakan ya? Okay. Mr. Fikri wants to ask about the accuracy, the sensor accuracy. Is like earthquake happened far from the nearest cable, not around the cable. And I interest about the statement you mentioned is improved warning precision. How if the tsunami happened not around the cable, the anomaly of water happened on surface sea, not on bottom sea.
But that's
still have good precision.
Yeah. Tsunami wave reaches all the way to the bottom. So it's not just a surface wave, it's a full water column, water depth wave. So yes, if you're far away from the earthquake generating the tsunami, it'll take a while, some while for the tsunami wave to reach you. It'll take shorter time for the seismic wave to reach the accelerometers. So it all depends on the geometry at that point. Of where your cable is, where the sensors in the cable are relative to the earthquake and the tsunami generation point. But the waves go out in all directions, and at some point will presumably cross your cable and the sensors in the cable. So and the sensors are accurate enough that if you're within 1,000 kilometers, I'm sure the accelerometers will pick up any significant earthquake. So that's not an issue. And the pressure sensors are so sensitive, they can measure a fraction of a millimeter variation.
Bruce, probably the question is also related to with the typical of the tsunami. It's mean that not only the tsunami caused by the earthquake, but also another typical of tsunami related to atypical tsunami caused by landslide is something like this. Probably the question. So where the cables not catch up the earthquake, so whether the cable can detect even is something like this. Probably, Bruce.
Well,
how
again, it depends. You can't cover everything, probably. You know, there'll always be some places where you simply don't have the observations. The other thing is like in this map I'm showing, you know, there and this new optical fiber sensing works maybe 50 or 100 kilometers, and so you know that could be put in more cables, you know, near shore, and we'll have to see how that works out. But because it's a new type of measurement, but it may be that has a role to play, especially in the shorter near shore situations.
So the point is the cable can detect the kind of any typical of the tsunami, even it's related with the earthquake or not related with the tectonic, is something like this.
Yeah, and I think
the cable around that around the source of the source of the tsunami, right? Isn't it?
Well, I mean, here in this map I've drawn, you know, I've shown the cable just offshore of the trench, and so you know that's the optimal location from our perspective of measuring that with least risk to the cable. I mean, yes, you have these points crossing, but they're few, you know, and so again, if one of these breaks, well, you have a connection to the other side. And so, you know, but again, you know, one system can't do everything. and you have to pick and choose what you want to, you know, where are the major risks and threats. So I think that's somewhere where, you know, there clearly needs to be a little more coordination between BMKG and BRIN as far as picking locations. I mean, up to now, it's with the cable systems that have gone in, it's more technology testing. So it's not that perhaps important, but like with Makassar Strait, you know, that's getting big enough that you really want all the agencies involved in helping to make a decision where to put these, even though they're short, small systems to start with. Okay.
Okay. Actually, we already have 6 minutes more, but I think okay. You, Mr. Fikri, already respond your question. Is clear now. So I think we still have a question, but if you don't mind, Bruce, if any other question from the participant, they can send you email probably, or
that's fine.
Through the Walter and directly go to you to answer the question. This is very interesting and very comprehensive presentation, Bruce. Again, thank you very much for your very comprehensive, very interesting presentation. This is open our mind related with this new technology and smart cable. Any others? Yes, there is. Do you want to say something before we close this session, Bruce?
Just thank you for inviting me, and I encourage everyone to keep an open mind and start thinking about long-term planning and coordinated planning to try and optimize what, you know, so you have a roadmap of how to go. That's my main main thing. I do have to go now because I'm in Geneva now, and I have to go to the airport to go to Lisbon.
Oh,
I'll be
wow.
spending the next week in Lisbon talking to the Portuguese. So,
Oh, I see.
and I hope sometime soon to make it to Jakarta, but
Yeah. I hope
we
too. We can
don't
meet
know.
physically.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have last physical meeting on 2018. Yeah, when I was in yes, California for the AGU
That's right.
meeting.
Yeah, right.
Yes, Bruce.
Okay.
Thank you
Very
very
good.
much. Yes, there is a point for our session today. Bruce already mentioned about the technology of the smart cable. Also, Bruce already mentioned about the strength, the weakness, and some other related concern related with this smart cable. Actually, is about the international law between conflict for the submarine cable privilege and submarine science data, and also the others related with the start with the countries that want the capability for the legal permission, security, and others. So this is point that already Bruce mentioned to us. Again, thank you very much, Bruce, for your explanation. Now back to Mbak Donna. Please, Mbak Donna, back to you. Teman-teman, terima kasih. Mohon maaf atas segala yang berkurang berkenan. Semoga sesi ini memberikan manfaat. Kita akhiri. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya, terima kasih Mbak Wenisa. Actually, thank you very much for the Dr. Bruce for the interesting material. I think the session is very, very interesting. But we have time is over because we have the limited time. Yes, of course, maybe we can continue later. I don't know. Thanks a lot, and a million thanks for Mbak Wenisa to lead for this for the first session. Maybe we are going to the next session. I invite Miss Dr. Wartamuni to lead the second session, in which we have the two speakers from the BMKG Indonesia. Hello, Dr. Wartamuni.
Thank you very much. I'm here. Thank you very much, Madonna.
Yes, it's an honor.
Thank you. So the lecture from Dr. Bruce Howe was very stimulating with the new technology. And the next speaker is going to talk to us about Indonesian tsunamis that have a non-tectonic origin. These are very important because they are less studied than the classic earthquake tsunamis. Let me introduce the speaker, Yanuar Arifin. And we are excited to hear this lecture. So you have 30 minutes. The time is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Walter, for the time. And hello, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to deliver this presentation for all. Let me share screen. Okay.
Okay, looks good. Looks good.
Okay, everybody can see the my presentation. Okay. Today I'll deliver a presentation about Indonesian tsunami non-tectonic monitoring system, or called INA-TNT. This is a local product were built from BMKG to answer the disaster of the typical tsunami. And for the background, this INA-TNT has begun from the tsunami incident in the Sunda Strait, January 22, 2018. At the time, there is no warning before the wave struck the Pandeglang district. The tsunami propagated so quietly in the Sunda Strait without being preceded by significant earthquake indication. So practically, the tsunami early warning system, or INATIUS, which is managed by BMKG, is not able to detect tsunamis with this characteristic. The BMKG at the time was only able to confirm this tsunami event in the form of an official press release after approximately about 1.5 hours from the actual time of the incident. That's I think that's so late. Confirmation is done by manually checking the mariogram of the tide gate equipment in the Sunda Strait through the website of the Geospatial Information Agency. The INATIUS seismic network record only the small earthquake that correlated with the tsunami event, but the characteristics are insufficient to identify it as an earthquake with a tsunami potential. And this is quite reasonable. Why? INATIUS is not designed to identify earthquakes correlated with tsunamis from a tectonic source. Result from manual analysis from BMKG, seismic analysis, obtained that the location of the shaking of the earthquake was in the Mount Anak Krakatau and or surrounded with magnitude 3.5. And based on that problem, I think we think we should develop some new system that can able to integrate sea level observation data from various BMKG internal and external stakeholders into an integrated system. So the operator INATIUS can directly check and monitor when some tsunami or water anomaly detected. So to enhance the system, we also try to provide sea level anomaly automatic detection facility through mariogram data for heads up for the operator. So operators should not continuously monitor, should not continuously watch the mariogram. Operator probably can react after some alert or sound or alarm from the INATNT that indicated some anomaly detected, so the operator can take further action. And at the last, our objective, we want to provide supporting system and SOP for the non-tectonic tsunami warning system. I mean, the supporting system is the dissemination system, and how to disseminate the information for all our stakeholders in downstream. As definition, INATNT is an integrated system that has function to detect sea level change anomalies that indicate a tsunami is recorded by sea level observation sensor owned by our stakeholder, such as BIG, BPPT, and KKP, and also BMKG itself. The pressure of INATNT will improve the performance of INATIUS system in detecting tsunamis caused by tectonic and non-tectonic system. All of data provided by our stakeholder will retrieve in our server INATNT, and also doing automatic scanning when some anomaly detected. The system in INATIUS will sound and give alert to the operator there. And BMKG provided the tsunami gauge data, and then especially in maritime center also provided automatic weather station water level. And then this is the largest number of the station which is provided by BIG. So BIG provide tide gauge, and then The next is Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries of Republic Indonesia also provided IDSL. IDSL, inexpensive device of sea level measurement for tsunami detection. It's like a tide gauge. And then the last BPPT, as discussed before, provided buoy and cable-based tsunami meter. This the pictures for each type of sensor. We see in the tables there are two types of the data. The first one is real-time data. Real-time data is provided by IDSL, which has a sampling rate around 11 seconds. And then the second one is type 2 or real-time type, around 5 seconds sampling rate. And the second type is conventional. Conventional is tide gauge or the ordinary tide gauge, which is provided by BIG, has a sampling rate around 5 minutes and transmit rate 5 minutes. It means that each 5 minutes, the INATNT will retrieve about 5 sample data. Each sample has sampling rate 1 minute, and also the wastewater level has the sampling rate 1 minute, but it more quickly. It has a transmit rate around 5 minutes. Talking about buoy, this is quite special. Buoy in a normal situation or normal mode has a sampling rate around 5 minutes, but the data will send in 1 hour, every 1 hour. So INATNT will receive for each 1 hour will receive around 5 samples data in with 5 minutes with 5 minutes sampling rate. And then the last is CBT. CBT actually is very prospecting, but yeah, now at the moment there is no CBT operated and received in INATNT. But in for the last data, we around the CBT around has sampling around 15 seconds, and we can totally count. There are a number of integrated sea level monitoring sensor, around 266 sensors integrated in INATNT around Indonesia region. This is a weather level distribution map integrated into INATNT, and this is a explanation for each sensor that are used in each stations. There are 3 kinds of sensors, but this sensor actually measure the same parameter. That is water level, but use this thing or different methods. The sensor, namely radar, encoder, and pressure. And then talking about the tsunami detection algorithm for the automatic detection, there are 2 kinds of alert. The first is external alert. The sensor that are provided external alert are buoy and IDSL. Those sensors are quite spatial because provide us the not only the data but raw data, but the alert as well. Detection method used by tsunami buoy was adapted from that buoy, NOAA's that buoy tsunami detection algorithm. That buoy is designed to detect and report tsunamis on its own or independently without any instruction from land. The IDSL device, it's kind of lightweight, tight device, also designed for tsunami monitoring and detection, also has a special feature. This also has an independent algorithm that works independently for each location. Besides buoy and IDSL, we have several sensors that we must have. We have to provide the automatic detection. So we try to equip with some tsunami detection algorithm and consider as internal alert. We try to adopt well-known seismic detection. That is STL-TR ratio. Then and we'll try to implement in Marigram data. This is the implementation of the system. Actually, in the GUI, Inatente has 6 GUI. The first one is stream view. This to serve or display the entire Marigram. This GUI will sort automatically if an anomaly is detected in some Marigram, and then placing the Marigram at the top and followed by the next nearest location Marigram. Likewise, when an earthquake occurs, that's for all magnitude, the main Marigram automatically based on the nearest distance to the epicenter of the earthquake. That's the function of the stream view. The second one, the Mesw is to display the sensor location points. And if an anomaly is detected, the points, some point will flash. It can help the operator to recognize which location where the tsunami or anomaly detected. And then the third one, the Mesw. Mesw is the main interactive model for analyzing sea level data picking with more detail. So the operator can pick and grab or zoom or stretch interactive, so they can get the actual sea level related to the anomaly. And then create event is a module to create a new event if there is a trigger of the latest earthquake. It means the operator state of acknowledge this anomaly is actual tsunami. And then the sum view is the has function to visualize the main summary of the sea level height values from the analysis in the created in Mesw module. And then the last one, the data status model, is this. This is the complementary GUI. It's help us for the especially in the technician or in BMKG headquarters in Manok to monitor the state of health device for its sensor location. This is our latest development. We also integrated barometer data or air pressure data, especially from the automatic weather station water level provided by Maritime Center of BMKG. This is so important because we learned from the Tonga tsunami on January 15. At that time, we found that there was an impulsive anomaly in the barometer related the air shockwave phenomenon released by Tonga eruption. And then we also found in several places a small tsunami detected. And then due to that background, we try to include or integrated barometer sensor from the 30 around of 35 water level sensor or station. This is our latest development or feature. And then this is quite or a special feature, especially from ADSL device. The ADSL device is quite special because it's equipped with a beach camera to visualize or to check or to confirm when a tsunamis happen. When the anomaly detected, the operator can check visually whether this is caused by tsunami or maybe just a noise like a boat under the sensor, maybe under the sensor. This is quite special because beside the ADSL no sensor equipped with this camera, and then the ADSL I think so far from the operational in 2 years since 2020, I think this is the most stable data and fast and also real time. And for the Sungai Tonga event, the EDSL also detect the Risaga Mesw tsunami in several places. In for example, in Fiji. In Fiji, detect quite distinct anomaly in the Marigram. And then the Inatente server also received around 10 external alerts issued by EDSL in Fiji. This is related to Mesw tsunami caused by Tonga eruption. I think that's all my presentation. Thank you, and I'll bring back the session to Walter. Please, Walter. Hello, Walter.
Thank you very much. I had to turn my microphone on. Wonderful talk. You gave us a really good view of things, and I was very interested in the measurements of anomalous sea level and the approach you have to use for this special kind of tsunami warning system. I see a lot of progress, and we all recognize how important this is. Perhaps there are some questions. I see there's one comment in the chat box. I don't know if it's a question. No, okay. So we'll open it up for anyone who would like to pose a question at this time. Maybe if you want to put it in chat box, that's also fine. People are thinking.
maybe Walter, maybe they can deliver the question in bahasa, like more interactive, I think.
Yes, people can give their question not in English, but in their own language. Yes. It seems you did such a good job that everyone understood. I think your slides are very clear and very easy to understand. So perhaps not many questions. Okay, Madonna, do we want to take a prayer break or a break for prayer or other? Someone said in the chat box they asked about that.
Yeah, I think I wanna give you a suggestion. So maybe until people figure out the question for this material. So maybe we're going to the next material.
Okay.
Is it possible?
Yes.
So yeah, I think I invite Miss Ariza. Yeah. Of course, you still to lead this session. Of course, especially for the Miss Ariza. Mbak Ariza.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you ready? Yeah.
Okay, so it's my great pleasure to introduce Ariza Savitri, who's going to tell us about a very important
Pleasure.
process.
Sativa, sorry. Correction.
Yes. So, Ariza, thank you for your preparation of your lecture, and the time is yours. Go ahead.
My pleasure. Okay. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Hi, Dr. Walter Mooney and Dr. Bruce, and also the Honorable Dr. Supriyadi Rohadi. Nice to meet you. Is everyone can hear my voice clearly? I hope so, yeah.
Yeah, we hear your voice very clearly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Oriza. I am staff under the Center of Engineering Seismology, Potential Geophysics, and Time Map. I'm happy to be a part of the USGS training today, so we can share and learn together with an updated knowledge related to the earthquake and tsunami hazard. Thank you, Mr. Walter. May I share the screen now? Okay.
Yeah, we see your screen very clearly. It's very good.
Thank you. Okay, in this session, I will present my research. Actually, this is my research when I did my master about liquefaction, and the title is the preliminary liquefaction potential analysis based on shearwave data in Yogyakarta. Okay, next. The outline of my presentation today start with introduction, and I will continue with explain a brief of shearwave analysis, and then continue with the preliminary liquefaction potential analysis method that I use in this research. Then the last part is conclusion. Okay, let's begin. What is liquefaction and when does it occur? How it works? As we know that liquefaction is one of the most damaging aspects of earthquakes. Liquefaction is a phenomenon whereby a saturated or partially saturated soil loses their strength and stiffness in response to an applied stress. At least there are three conditions are needed to generate liquefaction: the lithological condition, water table position, and also the duration of shaking. When the seismic wave passes through the soil, the vibration causes the individual grains in the soil to move around and readjust their position. This ultimately results in decrease in volume of the soil mass as a reduction in porosity. Under the strong ground shaking, poor water pressure builds up in saturated and consolidated soils. If the shear strains are large enough over the long enough duration of shaking, the poor water pressure can equal and even exceed shear strength. Okay, these two pictures are example of observed damage liquefaction caused by the earthquake. The first picture is the 1964 Niigata earthquake caused liquefaction over a large part of the city. And the second one is the popular liquefaction in Indonesia, the 7.5 tectonic earthquake that hit Palu City on 28 September 2018, was followed by liquefaction and also triggered massive mud flow in Balaroa, Potobo, and Jono-Oge area. Why the liquefaction potential analysis is important? Before that, we need to answer
this whole question first. For an area, if there is a question like, is the soil susceptible to liquefaction? Or will liquefaction be triggered? And will damage occur over there? If the answer from this question are yes, so it is compulsory to evaluate the liquefaction potential in that area. Indonesia is known as the supermarket of natural disaster, especially for tectonic earthquake. The condition of Indonesia is strongly influenced by activity of the tectonic plates, such as Indo-Australian plate, Eurasia, and Pacific plates. When we plot the earthquake history, as we can see in the picture, the Java Island full covered by earthquake epicenter. And why I choose Yogyakarta area? The reason is, Yogyakarta is the special region in Indonesia on the Java Island. There is an active, very active fault called Optical fault, which occurs in the middle of Yogyakarta area. Several significant earthquakes occurred in Yogyakarta. The biggest one was on 23 July 1943, which a magnitude 8.1, which resulted with around 200 people died. And the popular one was an earthquake that occurred on 27 May 2006 with magnitude 5.9. There was around 5,000 people died, and also reported the liquefaction in small part area in Yogyakarta. The population of Yogyakarta is also quite big. There was around 3 billion in 2019. Yogyakarta also has the highest HDI, Human Development Index, which means Yogyakarta is one of developed city in Indonesia. Yogyakarta also become the most popular tourism destination in Indonesia aside from Bali, because there is a heritage landmark like Borobudur and Prambanan temples. When we look at the lithological map, based on the geological map, the Yogyakarta, especially Sleman and Bantul area, is dominated by a combination of sedimentary layers of young massive volcano. The alluvial layers in the form of sand, silt, and clay resulting from river deposition. Following the topography and river flow, the lithology in the southern part of Yogyakarta is softer and uncompacted correctly than the lithology in the northern part, because the northern part area is closer to the mountain sediments. And when we look at the water table map, the water table in Yogyakarta was very shallow, in average around 0 to 3 meters. And this value is used for liquefaction calculation in this research. Next, for the shear wave velocity analysis. Many researchers have shown that shear wave velocity can be used in a broad range of application, including foundation stiffness assessment, earthquake site response, liquefaction potential, site classification, and other applications for earthquake hazard reduction. The shear wave velocity, direct indicator of the ground strength, therefore commonly used to determine the load bearing capacity. In comparison to a conventional drilling approach, it is fully implemented to the ground surface, covers the subsurface continuously, and provides more complete coverage. In this research, the VS is calculated as the time for the shear wave to travel from the depth of 30 meters to the ground surface. Not the arithmetic average the VS, but the time average of VS30 is calculated as 30 meters divided by the summary of travel time for shear wave to travel through each layer. The travel time for each layer is calculated as the layer thickness divided by Vs. A number of studies have shown that many methods can carry out investigation of Vs analysis. Each method, of course, has advantages and disadvantages. Unlike lab testing, the geophysical tests do not require sampling, maintain in situ stresses during testing, and also measure the response of a large volume of soil. There is a discussed various geophysical methods for measuring the shear wave velocities of geomaterials. The geophysical methods can be divided into two categories: invasive and non-invasive. Invasive methods require drilling into the ground. Common invasive methods include downhole logging, cross-hole logging, suspension logging, and the seismic cone penetration test. For the non-invasive geophysical methods includes spectral analysis of surface waves, seismic refraction, and seismic reflection. In the table present a comparison and summary of each of these methods by Andrews. It is shown that analysis of surface waves method has key advantages like environment friendly, has a low cost, and also consistently provide variable shear wave velocity profile within the first 30 meters below the surface. In the study, the analysis of Vs profiles is using the multi-channel analysis of surface waves or MESW method. The MESW survey is done along the open ground, for which active type of survey is adopted using a seismic source hammer to generate surface wave. It required 24 with 4.5 Hz geophones that recorded by data logger. The geophone spacing was set to 2 meters with 10 kilogram hammer and steel plate were using for seismic source. The total location are 55 sites around Yogyakarta, around Sleman, Yogyakarta, and Bantu area. This survey held by Indonesian Agency for Meteorology, Climatology, and Geophysics in 2015. The common procedure for MESW method usually consists with 3 steps. First, data acquisition occurring multi-channel field records like in the previous slide. The next step is dispersion analysis, extracting dispersion curve from one record. And the last step is inversion, back calculating shear wave velocity variation with the depth. It's called the 1D Vs profile. Okay, this is the example of Vs analysis result of this study from one site. Next, for the liquefaction potential method, according to the National Center of Earthquake Engineering Research, or NCEER, suggest the methods that good for the liquefaction potential analysis. There are also comparison of each technique which present in the table. In the table, the advantages of using Vs measurement are possible in soil where CPT and SPT might unreliable, such as gravelly soil, and also such as in sites where boring may not be permitted. At present, the most widely accepted liquefaction evaluation method based on shear wave velocity is proposed by Andrew and Stowe. The evaluation procedure requires the calculation of 3 parameters of liquefaction. Number 1 is the level of cyclic loading on the soil caused by the earthquake, expressed as cyclic stress ratio, or CSR. Number 2 is the stiffness of soil, expressed as a stress-corrected shear wave velocity. And the last one is the resistance of soil to the liquefaction, expressed as the cyclic resistance ratio, or CRR. The CRR can be true as the value the CSR separating liquefaction and non-liquefaction area for given VS1 that present in the Andrews and Stokes curve. From the figure, the CRR or CSR versus VS1 curve for magnitude 7.5 earthquakes. The curves are drawn not to bound all liquefaction, but only for 2 liquefaction cases. The case history data are limited to the relatively level ground site with the following characteristic: the area with uncement soil with Holocene age, and also the area that have the groundwater table depth between 0.5 to 6 meters. We have to be extra careful when we want to plot this curve, because if the site condition is different from the general characteristic, it will be tricky. For the calculation, we apply all information that we have. Based on the data, Bantul area, Jogja area, on average, the shallow layer, Yogyakarta, has a material is silty sand with moderate fine contents is 35%. The limit ground shear wave velocity is 200, with the maximum earthquake magnitude of the opaque fault 6.6 based on Indonesian hazard map. The MSF that we use is 1.3, and the number of survey is 55 location. In the study, PGA uses by the Indonesian earthquake hazard map. It is assumed the ground shaking is becoming the worst case. Therefore, the PGA that we'll use in the liquefaction analysis is 0.4. This calculation is repeated. This calculation is repeated step by step to obtain the factor of safety for each layer. Based on the previous result, we plot all of the result. We plot the VS1 and also CSR according to the Andrews and Stokes curve. It presents that in Yogyakarta area, there is a potential liquefaction in several areas. We can see here the point which has small VS value, it's indicated have the liquefaction potential. In contrast, the point that have higher VS are here, there is no potential for liquefaction. Okay, for the last part, conclusion from this study, the conclusion of this liquefaction study refers to the result of the VS versus CRR or CSR plot model by Andrews, showing that soil in the Yogyakarta area have liquefaction potential in area measured for their VS in event of an earthquake with magnitude over or equal 6.6. The study needs to use more detailed groundwater table and soil parameters from log lithology and lab tests. This is the limitation of this study. If we have the information from the lab test and also from the board, the calculation not precious, and especially for the effective stress analysis. The future research that we can do to continue this study is we should be added more MASW surface point to make the statistical calculation more detailed. The further research from this study should focus on area that have the potential liquefaction in Yogyakarta with a view observing the cause of the contradictory location of liquefaction between the actual liquefaction and the potential liquefaction, especially the liquefaction location that close to the affected area. Do the others liquefaction research for other regions in Indonesia that have a high level of earthquake seismicity. The result can be used as a references for preparing the government regulation regarding infrastructure development in areas that have the potential liquefaction. Thank you. This is my end of the session. Thank you so much for your attention during my presentation. And back to the moderator, Dr. Walter Mooney.
Oh, thank you very much, Oriza. That was a very interesting presentation. You gave a broad overview of liquefaction, the definitions of liquefaction and the experience in different locations. Then you told us the different methods that can be used to measure the shear wave structure and liquefaction potential, such as borehole and crosshole measurements. And finally, the MASW, the famous multi-channel seismic array method, seismic surface wave method, which is very popular now. So I do have a question for you. After you conducted your field measurements with the surface seismic method, MASW, did you compare with borehole to make sure that your inversion is working correctly?
No, yeah, that's the limitation. We don't have the borehole or log data. We only use the surface wave analysis. So without any comparison.
Oh, you don't have any comparison. Okay. So it would be good sometime to do a comparison with the borehole location just to see how the two methods are comparing. And for every survey point, how long does it take to acquire the data?
No, it's only like three shot with the hammer.
Yeah.
For each, it's long. It's not too long, like 30 minutes.
15 minutes with put out the geophones and use the hammer and get the data. And you're using how many channels? How many geophones? 24 channels. Is it enough 24, or do you wish you had 48?
Yeah, because of the target, the VS target is 30. So we use like half of target. Like for 24 channel, we need like around 50 meters space long.
Yeah.
So the target is around 20 to 30 meters. So the target exactly, my target is around 20 to 30. But if we want to like a deeper target, we have to add more geophones.
Right. Okay, one last question, and then we'll go to the chat room because you have a question in the chat room. My next question is, you approach this problem like a true engineer. You never discussed during your lecture the geology, what's at the surface from geological observation. So I want to ask you, geologically, can you explain why you get different results for different locations? Are the rocks different? The surface rocks look different? There should be geological explanation for your results.
Yeah, my result is only until the potential. The number only. Yeah, it needs to be correlation with the geological aspect.
Right.
Especially the Yogyakarta area is has different type of soil in the southern area and the northern area.
Oh, I see. Oh.
And also
Okay.
the limitation of my study, I only refer the geological information from others research.
Right.
From others.
Okay, we have many questions coming in the quiz chat box. I'll read the first one. Ms. Oriza, it is well known that liquefaction is influenced by several factors, including soil type, strong vibration, and the arrangement and the location of the groundwater table. What if an area classified as sandy and soft is shaken with the vibration that is not too strong, but the vibration occurs continuously, very long vibration, such as a swarm of earthquakes? Can such a thing cause liquefaction in that area?
Okay, back to the basic of liquefaction can be generated because of the water table location, the geological condition, and also the duration. The question is, how about if the shaking is not too strong but long? It depends on the groundwater table position. The liquefaction can be occurred if the water table and also the geological condition is supported to be generate the liquefaction. For example, the groundwater table position is above the land, I mean above the soil, and also the site classification also has not the stiff but very stiff soil. It can be happen the liquefaction.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying is that the duration can cause liquefaction depending on the depth of the water table, the interaction between multiple factors. Another question is, how is the potential for liquefaction events in areas that have already experienced liquefaction? Is it getting bigger or smaller, and why?
Yeah, it should be as a theory, it will be bigger than previously because the compact of the soil already like loose, and there is another shaking come again, and the water and the condition of water table is still there, so the liquefaction will be greater than before. Yeah.
So that's very interesting. Another question, is there any geophysical method that could identify liquefaction type, not just the probability of it happening or not? Second, could you explain in more detail the power spectrum you mentioned? Is it acceleration per second, or what is the measurement?
Sorry, this is the
Power spectrum. The power spectrum is for velocity, displacement, velocity, or acceleration.
Yeah. This is a velocity.
Yeah, it's velocity. I agree. Yeah. And can you use any geophysical method to identify the type of liquefaction?
Yeah, but of course, yes, but it is like quite costly if we compare the multi-channel surface analysis, like a CPT or seismic SPT also can be used to determine the liquefaction analysis for the potential. Yeah. But it is costly.
It's very costly. Okay. And can you tell me anything about the status of the study of the very severe liquefaction in Palu, in Sulawesi. Palu had a lot of liquefaction. Has it been studied and measured?
Actually, when the Palu earthquake occurred, there is like the emergence team that directly observed and visited the Palu area to measure the liquefaction with the same method. I mean, using the MSW method, and also the microthermal ray to know the depth of bedrock, the depth of bedrock, yeah. The BMKG with the other institution in Indonesia did some like preliminary assessment in Palu area. But until now, the studies about liquefaction area in Palu still continue. Also, my boss now he is studying for his PhD, and also research about the Palu earthquake and the Palu earthquake, especially the liquefaction. It is a bit complicated because the location of lithology of Palu, it is like a subsidence basin actually in Palu. So the in another words, the liquefaction is not only because of the geological condition, water table, and also the earthquake, but also because of the position of the slope. The Palu city center. Around the Palu city center, there is like not mountain, but not too high. There is so many mountains, so it is a basin, very and not really. It is like a jelly in the. I mean the alluvium, the sediment. The sediment is like a jelly, right? So it is complicated liquefaction case, I think.
I have a simple question for you. If you have an earthquake only magnitude 3, we do not expect it to trigger liquefaction. The magnitude is too short. The ground motion is too short, and the duration is very short for magnitude 3. So what's the minimum magnitude for local earthquake for causing liquefaction? What's the minimum magnitude? It should be bigger than what magnitude?
Yeah, actually based on the references that I use in the study, the magnitude should be around 7. Around 7. So the studies, the common studies about liquefaction, the earthquake that can be trigger the liquefaction the earthquake should have a magnitude like more than 7. Honestly, I never heard before for the earthquake that have like a lower magnitude, like you said before, like a 3, and the PGA is also like a small PGA can trigger the liquefaction. I mean, I never heard before, to be honest.
Okay, then Indonesia has many earthquakes. Many of them are felt, and people are aware of earthquakes, but most of the earthquakes are less than magnitude 7. So liquefaction should not be very common.
Yeah, it's back to the parameter, the thing that can be triggered the liquefaction might be the area as a rock or bedrock site classification, and also has the very deep water table. It should be, yeah, it can be happen.
Right.
Even like in Padang.
Right. Okay, so let's continue to open it for other questions. Anyone, you can speak
Excuse me, sir.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. Thank you for the chance that I want to make clear for my question. I want to ask you if any method could identify the liquefaction types, because the VS method just could identify that if liquefaction happened or not. But can we know if that liquefaction like flow liquefaction or lateral spreading or sand blows? Thank you.
Okay, I want to make clear all methods that I explained before can be determined the liquefaction potential, including the VS method. Also can be we can know the information about what type of liquefaction, but it should be like add more data. I mean the supporting data. Like I said, like I mentioned in my conclusion about the slope, like that, the type of the liquefaction also based on topography, also like a spreading, like a flow liquefaction. We need like more detailed data, not just refer to other studies. The important thing that we need for analysis the liquefaction is we need the labs or the ball log data, like Dr. Watermooney said. It's like a compulsory data actually. That's why I said in this presentation, I call this is the preliminary for the analysis liquefaction potential, because I don't have any kind of lab data.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So for the person asking the question, why do you want to know what type of liquefaction, Mohammed? Why are you interested?
Excuse me, sir, because right now I made a paper about liquefaction, and any person asked me, could you identify the types of the liquefaction so we can prepare the buildings on that area? Just example, like if it's likely or heavy liquefaction, we can't build house maybe. But if it just like a simple liquefaction, so it can, I don't know, we still can make a house over there.
Right, right. Thank you. So, Orisa, I find the field of liquefaction is very confusing, because when I go to the field, someone tells me, okay, you are visiting a liquefaction site. But the next scientist says, the next engineer tells me, oh, this is a landslide. It's not a liquefaction.
It's not liquefaction.
And then another person comes and tells me, oh, it's
like
lateral spreading. Lateral spreading. So nobody agrees on the definition of the term. It's very confusing field of engineering.
Yeah, I'm agree with that. Like the refuse earthquake, the Padang earthquake that that was happened like some researcher said it was liquefaction, like a mud flow, but some I mean in the opposite side, like said, it is flat. Flat because there was a heavy rain in the area before the earthquake. Yeah, it is still like a more more detailed and deep research
Right.
to support, yeah, the liquefaction. It is liquefaction or not.
So the question in the chat box is, what is the slope that distinguishes a landslide from liquefaction?
It's that I know based on my references is the slope that has more than 1 to 3 degrees.
Then if it's 1 to 3 degrees, then it's landslide.
Yeah.
If it's flat, it's liquefaction. If it's not very flat, then it would have to be liquefaction because there is no landslide.
Yeah, not to be flat. Yeah, not to be flat.
And
It should
I can
be
tell
slope.
you, if you ask this question to an American engineer and then a Japanese engineer and a Malaysian engineer and an Indonesian engineer, you get different answer from every person.
Yeah, I'm agree with that.
So people need to agree, and they all refer to the same studies, Indris and Yaud, but these are made. All these are made in California. It's limited evidence, so it's a very exciting field, and will probably change quickly in the next 20 years.
Yeah,
and you can be the leader. You can be one of the leaders to lead the way.
I'm still learning.
Still learning. Okay. Okay. More question. Okay. I think if we don't have questions, then we can finish for the afternoon a little bit early, 4:15. That's okay. I will turn it back over to Madonna, if you're there, Madonna, and you can tell us about, because we start again tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. with more lectures. Thank you, Madonna. And thank you very much, Orisa, for your great talk.
Yeah, thank you very much, Walter. Maybe there's, maybe there's still one person still right hand. Hassan, if it is possible.
Very good. That would be wonderful. Go ahead. Whoever they have written in chat box, or they have, or they want to ask the question.
Yeah, Hassan, do you want to convey directly, or maybe you can type on the chat?
No, I'm accidentally pressed the raise hand.
Oh, of course.
Is that okay? I'm so sorry.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I think this material is very interesting, and time is over. So I think it's very late in your place, Dr. Walter. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. Of course, I thank you very much for the Mbak Oriza, and of course Pak Januar Arifin to interesting material. And of course, I thank you very much for your Dr. Walter Muni to lead in this session. And thank you very much for all the participants for your participation and attendance for this training on this moment. And we can meet again tomorrow at 8 o'clock. And have a nice day. Bye.
Okay. Bye.
Yeah, good evening.
Have a nice day. Thank you.
Semuanya.
Makasih, Oris.
Makasih Pak Januar. Pak Januar nggak ada nanya ya? Udah.
Masih Mbak Dona udah ya.
Ya udah nanyanya. Ya sama-sama ya. Pak Chandra mungkin bisa silakan untuk di close.
Oke, terima kasih semua Bapak Ibu hari ini. Ingin mengakhiri